says, very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it. And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 21 on the racing calendar. Quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, on the rider side, Stanley Chady Jr. He scored the double, trying to creep closer to Jorge Carreño, who is on top. But Jorge Carreño did respond with 2 wins of his own, including Extrema in the Jack Hardy for Jared Brown. And both of his wins did come on Jared Brown horses. So Jared Brown crept a little closer, up to 13 wins, only 12 behind trainer Jerry Gorno, who's on top. And you see Jorge Carreño is on top with 33. Stanley Chady Jr. in second with 21, 12 back. And yesterday we saw a lot of big prices once again, and Speed wasn't doing very well. Closers were coming at him from all angles. Maybe going longer, Speed was doing better, but definitely not doing short. Stretch, what did you see yesterday?
Yeah, I agree with you, and you've kind of mentioned some of the horses I wanted to mention. I want to mention about a couple excellent rides by Carreño and Marky Well and Extrema, and then Chady had Red Asteria nipped my selection. He just gave it a good ride and cost me the pick 4, pick 5. No bitterness there, but it was a good ride. Made up for it in the last race on Barley Boy with an excellent ride, waited and got up late. Kind of nipping our top selection, but we kind of had it 3 and 7. It's something to remember. You've got to remember you need the rider, but the horse does a lot of it. The rider's kind of along for the ride, so don't always get down on a rider that you've maybe lost on or something. It could have been the horse or the trip, and so then you get kind of mad at maybe a jockey and may not play him again. You got to look at yourself. Did you take the right selection? Maybe there's a little unlucky racing luck, and go from there. And then notice, Kirt, I mentioned 4 horses' names. Did I get them all right?
No.
Oh, okay. So maybe we're gonna have a over/under of how many horses' names I'm gonna get wrong today. I apologize to all the owners that own the horses. I'm trying to get them right. English is about my 3rd language, so it's more numbers, all about numbers. But let's move on. I think it's a great race, Kirt, especially might be the best stakes race to date with the such a big field. So let's find out.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but let's kick off the card with a $3,500 claimer for the boys, 3 and up. They're going to tackle only 5 furlongs, kicking off early daily double. This should be a wild one. Stretch, who do you like in the first?
Yes, you want the Need for Speed. You have it here. A couple of the fastest horses at our track here, that first quarter of a mile. Really looking forward to seeing this. Could almost just be a quarter horse race and go from there. I'm going to go with Tis Funny as my top selection, and the reason being, take a look, this horse is always on the lead. He gets the lead no matter what, and all the ones, there is other speed, lots of other speed, but I don't see a 1 not on that first column by him. So he's going to be out there. I like the outside post because it doesn't have to worry about the gate on the 1 path. And yeah, I think we'll see how far he can go. The 1 and 4 are going to push. I think maybe he can clear or at least carry his speed from there. My second selection, who is a horse that doesn't need the lead, and that's the 3. I'm a bit of a fan favorite on him. He's just going to, I think the cutback and just running evenly is the key. He can't get the lead with this bunch and may pass 1 and 4 late. If Tis Funny isn't quite himself, maybe can get up there. The true closer in the race is the 2 horse. Make this race 5.5 and is probably my top selection. And that's why it might just be too short. It might get up a little too late. Can't leave him out. So I've got it 5-3-2.
See, and I see this race a little differently. Your top selection isn't even in my top 3, as my top selection isn't in yours. There is 3 horses, Call Me Richard, Hot Rod, and Tis Funny. All of them need the lead to win. Tis Funny, yes, this horse is always on top. But look where it's running at. It's always at the $5,000 level, never moving up from there. Once you move up from there, wow, there's a whole different ball game of horses, I think, that challenge earlier. You might have a 45 half, but then you have horses coming from about 4 or 5 lengths off it off of it, challenging those leaders. Kind of what happened to Call Me Richard with Shooting Money. Mr. Dazzle made the late rally to grab second. Call Me Richard by that time was done. Hot Rodden, the same thing. This horse was battling, and then everybody came. Shooting Money ended up winning that one too with Tapmaster running second. So Call Me Richard, Hot Rodding are going to keep Tis Funny warmed up, so to say. I see all three of them, three across the track, going as fast as they can. So I went to number 2 Northern Sky as a rallier in here. Do I think it's as good as the rest of them? No, I don't. But I think the way the race is going to play out, if the three of them go do battle, not all of them are going to stick together. Some are going to tire. And that's where Northern Sky will pick up the pieces, flying at him late with a pile of horse running out of ground. As Stretch said, if it was 5.5, a different story. But I think he can do the rally in here. So I have it wide open, and I'm going 4, 2, and 1. And let me just point out that Kayla Pizarro is off all her mounts this evening. Jorge Carreno does take over on Tis Funny. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $2,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, what about this race?
Okay, we're a little more on the same page. We did have all 5 horses in the last race listed in our picks, so that's good. One of us will be correct, which is good. This should be another heated pace, not like the first race heated pace, but so I'm looking for closers in here, and since we're going 6 furlongs, there's a better chance for the closers going other than the 5. I'm going to start with the 3. I like the cut back. I think the horse needed the drop. Leroy, I think, is just going to sit in a garden spot and just basically take over late. I think this is the horse's race to kind of lose and go from there. My second choice is the 1, another one of my fan favorites horses that I like. Happened to get this horse a few times last year. Horse isn't really running as well as it did last year, but needs to drop. I think with the heated pace, maybe can pick up the pieces. 7 furlongs is a little better for this horse, but I'll still go with the 6 furlongs. We have seen closers closing going the 6 furlongs, as Kurt's mentioned in the first 2 days. That's why that's my my second selection. I'm going to go with the 4 as my third. Again, back class. May not need the lead, and that's the key. If this horse doesn't get caught in the duel, could get the jump on the 1 and the 3 and beat them. So, Kurt, I've got it 3, 1, 4.
Yeah, I see the 4 and the 6 being the speed here. Maybe you know what I mean at the 6. Can clear, but has a real problem getting the 6 furlong distance. Karamia Mine, that was the first start over the racetrack. Maybe needed that one. Ran a really good even effort. 4th beaten 3 to small surprise. Gold Digging Darlin. That wasn't an easy race, but I'm with you on Babylon Will Fall. In the 3 starts already this year. Ran against Anwara the first couple times, and Anwara won 2 out of the first 3 starts. West Princess, the winner of the last 2 times, came back to run a good second last night, and that was all at the $5,000 level. Cut that in half, missed the 35 non-winners of the year, and goes back into this 25 non-winners of the year. I think that's a significant drop, and that's why I like Babylon Will Fall. I also like number 5, Videra, to get a piece of things. Was in that tough 3,500 race against Karamia Mine. Videra made a middle move and just tired late. Third start off the layoff, I think, will be the charm for Videra. So a great long shot, and Karamia Mine to round out my top 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, our co-featured event. It's the 34th running of the Frank Arneson Sire Stakes, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. That carryover already over $152,000. Stretch, what do you like?
All right, I've decided to go with the 1 as my top selection. I think this horse will be the favorite. Won't be nearly as big a favorite as Melisandre yesterday. I think that last race shows me that the horse can at least run evenly. Doesn't need the lead, whereas the 5 may be a need the lead type. And if that's the case, it could soften this horse up. I'm interchangeable 1 and 5. I just think the 1 could get the better trip. I know the horse can go the distance. The 5 certainly has the speed. If it can clear or get any kind of breather and put the 3 away a little bit early, it can certainly steal it from the 1. That 6 furlongs kind of is why it's not my top selection. So I've got it 1 and 5. I will throw in the 4 for third. And maybe I like that improved effort. It wasn't the numbers that the other ones were at, but I just like the big improvement. Finally got a start and kind of fooled us last time. Been almost the distance, and so could pick up the pieces. I've got it, like I said, 1-5, 5-1-4.
Yeah, myself, I think Rite of Vengeance is the clear-cut speed in here. Yes, Call the Cops does have a little bit, but I don't think Call the Cops can warm up Euro Silver Biz, which Rite of Vengeance did do. Last time out, a terrible break out of the gate, couldn't even get close to the lead, and that was the undoing of Rite of Vengeance. But I like that it did get beat by 10 in the end, but it could have got beat by a lot more than that. That was a tough field with Del Vecchio, Percibility, and McKeag. Those are all older horses. Now back against straight 3-year-olds. Will like this company much better, but the speed hasn't been holding on the racetrack. I just think this horse has a lot of talent and should show really well. Impressive Sense, that is the horse that could beat it if it sits just off the pace, waits for Rite of Vengeance. If it can't get the 6 furlongs, Impressive Sense will blow on by. That was a good race last time out. Was 4th beaten 7 in a rallying effort, but it was only 3 lengths ahead of Rite of Vengeance, who didn't run his race there. So I got it down to those 2, and I put in Call the Cops as my 3rd. So I'm 5-1-3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering for this $3,500 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. The 1 Western Mongolia, make the jockey Shamare Muir. Stretch, who do you like in this one?
Okay, I think this could be a carbon copy of the June 15th race. Most of the contenders are back in here. I decided to go with the 4. On the June 15th race, did get some pressure up front by, do you remember who that other horse was on the outside?
I cannot remember that.
Sorry about
race.
that. Sorry, I should have wrote that down. That horse is not in here. I think there's going to be a little bit less pressure in here. Could get loose unless somebody decides to sacrifice. I don't see that potentially happening. Or maybe this horse can just sit off and maybe the 3 goes to the lead and then the 4 takes off. We've got the same trainer, Jared Brown, on both of them. I like the gameness of this horse. Kind of fooled me. I didn't select that Renee last time. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Hey, Runaway, not Renee. Similar though. Anyway, sorry about that one. So I think the same thing could happen. The 2 ran a very good race 2 back on the June 15th, was wide throughout and kept coming. I thought it had a much tougher trip than the outside horse, Witzgatto. So that's why I definitely have that horse over Witzgatto. Better trip, rail, gets a bit of duel, takes over. I will mention a horse that wasn't on June 15th, and that's the 1, 3rd start. The horse needs to make the drop. Should get a great trip and does like to win races. I like finding horses that do like to win. This is not one of them that is a loser type. So I'm going to go 4-2-1. I think it's a little more wide open than Kirt and I have, just 4 and 2. Kirt, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you. Hey, Runaway, Bella Galena, they're the top players in here, but you can't leave out Witzgatto, who only got beat by a length and a half to those. Comes out of a barn that really doesn't drill him early in the meet, kind of runs them into form. 3rd start off the layoff is the charm, and only got beat by a length and has been improving with each and every start. So a little bit of improvement. Witzgatto was a 3-time winner last year out of 11 tries. I think can run a big race. And another one that could be a little sleeper in here, number 5, Gentle Kiss. Not a lot of 6 furlong races on the tab. The most recent one was on March 16th, and the horse was 5th beaten 11. Kind of looks terrible. But the winner did win by 7 lengths. The 2nd place horse did come back to win. Jennifer Jordan is doing very well with these Andy Stronach horses that she has been getting. No, they haven't hit the winner's circle that much as of yet, but they have been hitting the board in 2nds and 3rds. So if you're looking for a long shot, maybe throw in Gentle Kiss, but I'm with Stretch in here, 4-2-5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're only going to go the 5 furlongs. Stretch, is this a 2-horse race?
Almost, yeah. I kind of think it is. I'm going to throw in a long shot in a second, but yeah, I've kind of got it down to the 2-horse. The key is that 5 furlongs. I almost missed that. That's one thing I like to do, and the first thing is really make sure, don't assume that it's 6 furlongs or whatever. Sometimes you get sprinters, they suddenly go 7.5. I missed it. I remember that a few times. I head out to watch the race, and I'm like, oh no, the starting gate is right in front of me, not 6 furlongs, and so
just
really,
to say you're not the only one, Stretch. I have done that with my handicapping, and then all of a sudden I look at the starting gate and I'm like, oh,
Exactly.
something's wrong here.
Yes, and you're calling the races, so you better, and you're hopefully find the
betcha.
starting gate before they come out of the gate.
It doesn't matter where they pop out from. I'm still gonna call them, but it's like I thought they were supposed to be over there.
For sure, for sure. I'm gonna go with. I went with the 8 as my top pick. A main reason was the other day the Gooch ran such a big race, so I took the horse last time, but the Gooch beat me, and I thought, oh, maybe he didn't run a good race. Well, it showed that the Gooch can certainly run, and so that's why I've added it. Plus, the horse has won three of 4 going 5 or 5.5 furlongs, so that's why I made this the top selection. I think the horse can stalk. I didn't like that he went to the lead last time. I hopefully he just sits just off and takes over. The six obviously is on all my tickets as well. I just had to pick one who's on top. Solid figures, crushed the last 2 races. Again, his class level isn't as top as the 8, but he seems like they figured him out and easily can win there. My sleeper of the race that I watched some races at the Lethbridge, and the horse is the 4 horse. Had a tougher trip if you watch that last race. A couple checks in there. It's hard on the bull ring. It looked like the horse didn't like the bull ring that much. The figures at Turf Paradise are very, very good. And who knows, maybe this horse gets out and the geezer, St. Geezer, decides to try to stalk and then gets away from there. So I'm going to go 864. You're laughing at me, Kurt, but it's 864.
Yeah, St. Geezy. He's not really an old geezer, as he's only 4 years old. That is my top selection in here. Has run lights out so far in 2 efforts. Drew off easily in both of those. Jockey Jorge Carreño was on both of them. Looks like he elected to go to number 6, St. Geezy, but it's not going to be easy. This is the toughest test that St. Geezy has since arriving at the Downs. Those 2, the 6 and the 8, could battle it out. Trouble with a curve, also has speed. The jockey on that horse, the rider change, is Richard Mangley, but that horse at least shows for a half a mile early speed, so it could be a logjam in there. Another horse that ran really well last time out was number 3, Bevolution. This is a horse that showed speed first time out, banged it, and ended up tiring to be beaten by 5. Last time out, we thought the horse was going to go to the lead, got no part of the lead, sat in behind, made a rally down the lane, and only got beat by a length 3/4 to Young Boy, who was the odds-on choice to win the race and did get it done. But I was impressed by the way Bevolution adopted a different running style from off the pace. So it could be a little upsetter. If in this leg you have 6 and 8, if you get those horses beat, the prices go up exponentially, probably 5 to 10 times what it would pay if either of those horse wins in the pick 4 or the pick 5. So judge yourself accordingly, but I'm 6, 8, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, kicking off late double wagering, a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are on 2 lifers. They're going to go the 7.5 furlongs. Number 8, Shake It Cali, make the jockey Shamare Mir. Stretch, what do you like?
Okay, I've got it down to 2 horses. Looks like kind of the same 2 as Kurt has. Originally, actually, I had the 1 on top, but I'll start with the 4. I forgot about this horse until I watched the replay. I did like him in the last leg against Kate's Princess.
Yep.
Yeah. And
you got that one right.
Yeah, yes, first one today. And again, I apologize to the owners on getting their names wrong. This horse, I did like Kate's a little bit more. This one horse got shuffled. Then the jockey kind of brought the horse back and around and was out wide and just had no chance to get there. Probably wasn't winning the race anyway, but may have got second or been a little bit closer. The figures, this horse has very, very good figures for this level. The Turf Paradise races are very good. If this horse can handle the 2 turns, watch out. I think this is the horse to beat. But I am certainly not going to leave out the 1. I remember this horse as well, and kind of talking about it as Kurt just mentioned about Jennifer Jordan. This horse has now had that start, and so ran pretty well for kind of being a bit of a layoff and not a lot of activity going on. The key also, take a look at the bottom races on this horse coming from Aqueduct and winning at Aqueduct. There's nobody in here that has won their maiden race at Aqueduct. So if it comes close to one of those races, watch out. Maybe there's a chance on the upset, but I've really got it down to the 1 and 4, 4 and 1. I'm using both of them. 3's my best of the rest just because it's gone the distance.
Yeah, I also like the 4, Tough Enough to Start. I think it did have a rough going last time out, like you alluded to. But the distance is a question mark. Evade lost to Plum Blue. We seen Plum Blue last night. It ran against the top 3-year-olds on the grounds. Extrema did win the Jack Hardy. But where did Plum Blue finish as a little 5-2 lifer? Ran a very game 3rd in there. And so Evade ran against a tough one, plain and simple. Sure, it got beat by 13, but if Plum Blue wasn't in there, this horse might have had a shot at the win. These are much lesser company than the Jack Hardy last night. So I think Evade definitely is a top player. Number 6, Home Early Shirley. Here's the horse that is probably the speed of the race. Both me and Stretch did leave this horse out. The horse did win by 3/4 of a length the last time out, but we've seen Lila Victoire come back after that race, made a belated rally for 3rd, but it was non-threatening. So that kind of made Home Early Shirley, who the 2 of them were the only ones bet in the race. And I'm just questioning the distance. I don't think it can go all the way, but I have a long shot in here. Number 8, Shake It Cali. 2 races at Lethbridge, made a middle move last time out and was only a half length off the lead and tired. But those races down in Turf Paradise, those 35-2 lifers, if this horse was coming in without those Lethbridge lines, this horse probably would be around 3-2, maybe 5-2, 7-2 at worst. 10-1 morning line. There is some speed in the race to run at. Shake It Cali, look for a wake-up call, and does get Lasix as Lethbridge doesn't have a Lasix program. Could be a great long shot, so I got 4, 1, and 8. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, our co-featured event on the card, the 62nd running of the RJ Spears for older boys, 3 and up. They're going 7.5 furlongs. Scratch the 10. Life's been good so far. Stretch, what a field assembled here.
No kidding. You want a stakes race, we got one. What a way to end off the week. This is as good a stake race as you get. You got the 9 horses in here. I think a fair amount of them have a very good chance to win. I don't think it's a cut and dry standout in here. You're going to have your St. Louis Guy fans. You're going to have your Real Grace fans.
Quincy Express, who's got beaten close to St. Louis Guy in the last 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So where am I going to go? I'm going to start. This is wide open. I'm using a bunch of horses in here, but I'm going to start with St. Louis Guy. I've watched this horse run a couple times live. And this horse has not had dream trips the last couple times. It's had to press and battle, and it's not like it's got an easy lead, and managed to put away Quincy both times. Quincy's obviously a very good runner as well. And so I like that the 2 turns, the horse is 7 out of 10 in the money. I like the 2-week break with a bit of a workout. So it's very good planning by the trainer and owners to set it up for this race. So that's why it is my top selection. My next selection is a bit of a long shot, and well, not really, because Kirt's got it as well. So Plentiful, he's probably using the same reasons I am. This horse is better going longer. I think there's enough pace for the horse to run at. If you look at some of his lines, he doesn't do that well going short, and then he pops going the 2 turns, and that's why I've got him. He's 15-1. I think he's in the top 3 for sure. I'm using him on my sequence bets as well. My other long shot here is a horse who lost to Real Grace, and that's the 7, Morning Line 25-1. I don't think this horse is going to go to the lead. I think the horse had to sacrifice and then just got tired. There's races at Prairie Meadows that this horse shows it can run and belongs in the stake races. So that is my long shot that I think can turn the tables even on Real Grace. Yes, 8 is not in either one of our selections. I'm pretty sure we're both using them in the pick 4 and pick 5s. Well, I am anyway. I don't know about Kirt. He swings for the home runs. But the horse is great. The quick turnaround worries me a little bit, and that's why I didn't leave it in there. It's 3, 9, 7, 8. Box them however you want to go. Kirt?
Yeah, what I'd like to see in here is a map of who's going to challenge for the lead. Excuse me. A lot of these horses have early speed to offer to the race if they want to. Quincy Express can, St. Louis Guy, Carlos Sixes, Perciability, Tapmaster, In the Deep, Real Grace. Plentiful doesn't. So in saying that, who is going to charge for the lead? Because it's 7.5. We've seen in the mile races that have been run the last couple days, it's been more of a chess match. They haven't been going real hard to the front. One horse has been trying to control it and steal it. The other speed horse sits in behind, and then they play a little bit of cat and mouse. But 7.5 and 7 furlongs, that turn comes a lot quicker, and you want to get positioning, because positioning is everything. You don't want to be hung 5-6 wide on that first turn. So you have to commit to the lead or commit to coming off the pace. And I'm not sure who's going to be doing what in here. I do like St. Louis Guy. Plentiful, I think, will commit to going to the rail. You're in the 9 hole. You're not going to make the front end. Just take on back, go, take the rail, let everybody battle it out, and do what a lot of races are won here on the rail. Wait for them all to tire, then creep up on them and go by. I like Plentiful just because he went off at 15-1, got beat by 2 lengths to St. Louis Guy and Quincy. They're going to be bet off the board. He's on the outside. They're going to forget about him. And as Stretch said, loves going to rut of ground. But also look at number 4, Carlos Sixes. This horse won 5 last year, made almost 90 grand, an old class horse. Throw out just because it says 4,000. He doesn't belong. We've seen these horses go back to what they used to be. This is just going to be a great race. I take 3, 9, and 4, but I'd love to be sitting with all in any of my pick wagers. Well, good luck with all your wagering here for our Wednesday, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card racing. Turning your programs to race number 1. As I said on the ASD Live, Kayla Pizarro is off all her mounts this evening. So number 5, Tis Funny, make the jockey Jorge Carreno. That's in race 1, number 5, the jockey Jorge Carreno. Turning your programs to race number 2. Number 2, Wits Data Link, make the jockey Shamari Muir. That's race number 2. Number 2, Wits Data Link, the jockey Shamari Muir. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 Wagering, our co-featured event, the 34th running of the Frank Garnison Sires Stakes. Number 3, Call the Cops, will not run with Silks. That's delete the Silks. Off number 3, Call the Cops. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, over $152,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Number 1, Western Mongolia, make the jockey Shamari Muir. That's race 4, number 1, Western Mongolia, the jockey Shamari Muir. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, number 5, Trouble with a Curve, make the jockey Richard Mangley. That's in race 5, number 5, Trouble with a Curve, the jockey Richard Mangley. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Number 8, Shake It Cali, make the jockey Shamari Muir. Number 4, Tough Enough to Start, the owner should read A2 Racing. That's race number 6, number 4, Tough Enough to Start, A2 Racing, and number 8, Shake It Cali, Shamari Muir. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our other co-featured event, the 62nd running of the RJ Spears. Scratch number 10, Life's Been Good So Far. That's race number 7, scratch the 10, Life's Been Good So Far. The Jackpot High 5 carryover, over $30,000. Well, another gorgeous day for racing here in Winnipeg. Currently under hazy skies, the temperature 23 degrees Celsius or 73 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast, a fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 13 minutes. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the Wednesday card racing with a $3,500 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go the 5 furlong distance, kicking off early daily double wagering. Stretch, who do you like in the first?
Well, I'm still recovering from that graphic of hazy or whatever that was. So that's a good one, Mitch. He's unbelievable with graphics. I'm not sure if that was a hazy graphic.
Yeah,
or...
I'm not sure either. I kind of looked at that and it stunned me for a second.
Sure.
And but he helped me out by saying hazy because I didn't know how to decipher that one.
Yeah, no, he does a great job with all the graphics. Looks great. If for those wondering, we'll start talking about the horses. There are a couple 2-year-olds in there schooling. I don't know who they are, but just so you know, they don't have a silk on them, and that's all they're doing. When do the 2-year-olds start there, Kirt?
Well, next week we do have races. Not sure if there's enough of them to fill yet. Entries for this week are Thursday, Friday, Saturday, as they are every week for the races running next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Hopefully they can fill, though.
Okay. Let's go. I'm going to start with Tis Funny. You always hear us talking about Tis Funny all the time. We always reference this horse going 5 furlongs. He is an absolute 5 furlong specialist, and there he is. Jake's found him right on the screen. And basically, I know Kirt didn't use him because he thought maybe the lower level. I just think he's a specialist, so then that's why I've got that my top selection. And who's your top selection there, Kirt?
Well, I put Hot Roddin on top. This horse brings blazing speed. Last time was in the second level allowance. So $15,000 claimer against Tis Funny, who was at the $5,000 level. Tis Funny did run against a good one, Marquis Well, who has now put together 3 straight wins since that race. But Hot Roddin does bring a pile of speed, as does Call Me Richard. This is going to be a speed to spare here with the 1, 4, and 5. So I'm trying to look for a closer, maybe to get a piece of it, but trying to pick a clear-cut winner. This is a tough one for me in the first.
Yeah, I'm with you. I used a 3 as a bit of a closer as well. I thought this horse could just run evenly. The horse has 2 wins at the distance and 4 out of 7 in the money. So that was my kind of sleeper. I do agree with you on your 2. I'm looking forward to this race. Some races, you know.
I definitely
this is going to be a
this
great
is making me smile already, getting giddy.
All right.
Okay, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, we're going to start it off with you.
Yeah, so I've got the horse that I think is going to clear and go as far as he can, and then the closer on top in case it completely melts. And then I've included your 2 as closing because I think that can get second. And just looking at your bet, you've basically got a stretch bet. I do like it, well, when it's named the stretch bet. So go ahead.
Yeah, because I think that the 1, 4, and 5, go battle it out. Someone's going to be tiring down the lane because they're all going to go for the lead. And Northern Sky's going to sit back and pick up the pieces of the ones that are tiring. So I'm looking for maybe a $4.50 to $5 place price, and I'll take that all day long. $25 to place on the 2. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $11,000. Number 1 is Call Me Richard, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 2 is Northern Sky, owned by Tessa Faye Stable, trained by Shelley Brown, with Stanley Chady Jr. The 3 is Warren's Van Gogh, owned by 666 Ranch and Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Leroy Nelson. The 4 is Hot Roddin, owned and trained by Maria Stanford, Neville Stevenson aboard. Rounding out the opener is number 5, Tis Funny, owned by Black Diamond Stable, Lynn White and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Jorge Carreño. Race number 1, kicking off the early daily double. They'll go to post in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
A fun race to kick off the card. We're only going 5. We've got some of the fastest horses out of the gate for the first quarter, and I expect to see one of the fastest quarters of the year. We've got the 1, 4, and 5. The 5, you'll notice on the past performance, always gets the lead. He's always first on the charting. I think that potentially happens in here as well. I like that the horse is on the outside, so there's no trouble there. Picking up the pieces, maybe the 3 or the 2. If you need a price, there's your prices at 12 to 1. If they can't get there, good place or show. Kirt?
Myself, I see it a little differently. Number 5, Tis Funny. Yes, always hitting the lead, but at the lower levels, the 35 and 5,000. Call Me Richard. And also, number 4, Hot Rod, and the 1 and the 4 have been running against much tougher company. Optional $15,000 claimers. I expect a big battle up front. Maybe Hot Rodden is a 5 furlong specialist, but I also like the closer, number 2, Northern Sky. Good luck here in race 1. Call Me Richard, the first one to enter the starting gate. Northern Sky moves in. Next up, Warren's Van Gogh. 2 left to load, Hot Run. And now just waiting on Tis Funny. And the field will be set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the inside, Call Me Richard rockets out to the early lead and clears by a length. In hot pursuit in second, that's Hot Run starting to creep closer. Tis Funny is going to try and come off it today, sitting in third, a length and a half back. Then it's a gap of 4 lengths back to Northern Sky and Warren's Van Gogh. About 7 off the early lead. The opening quarter, a sizzler, 22 flat. And it's Call Me Richard with the short lead. Hot Run still there on the outside. Tis Funny trying to reel these 3 in as they hit the head of the lane. Northern Sky getting motivated. Call Me Richard has that lead. Hot Run, no more to offer from here. Tis Funny making a late charge on the outside, but Call Me Richard just too good today. It's going to win by 2. Tis Funny second best. Looks like number 4, Hot Run, just hung on for third. Northern Sky finishing fourth. The stewards have posted number 1, Call Me Richard, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Tis Funny. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 22 flat. The half 45 and 4. Time for the 5 furlongs 59 and 3. Results of the photo show number 4, Hot Run, finishing third. Fourth goes to number 2, Northern Sky. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 1, Call Me Richard. Call Me Richard is a chestnut gelding, 5 years old, by Can the Man, out of the mare White Slippers by Silver Deputy. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Garno, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59 and 3. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. Number 2, Wits Daddling, make the jockey Shamari Muir. Once again in this second race, number 2, Wits Daddling, will now be ridden by Shamari Muir. Post time for race number 2, 17 minutes away. and they're off. Quickly from the inside, Call Me Richard rockets out to the early lead and clears by a length. In hot pursuit in second, that's Hot Rodden starting to creep closer. Tis Funny. It's gonna try and come off it today. Sitting in third, a length and a half back. Then it's a gap of 4 lengths back to Northern Sky and Warren's Van Gogh. About 7 off the early lead. The opening quarter, a sizzler. 22 flat. And it's Call Me Richard with the short lead. Hot Rodden still there on the outside. Tis Funny trying to reel these 3 in as they hit the head of the lane. Northern Sky getting motivated. Call Me Richard has that lead. Hot Rodden, no more to offer from here. Tis Funny making a late charge on the outside, but Call Me Richard just too good today. It's gonna win by 2. Tis Funny second best. Looks like number 4, Hot Rodden, just hung on for third. Northern Sky finishing fourth. And ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 1, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $3,500 was your race winner, number 1, Call Me Richard, claimed by Les Scramstead, owner-trainer. Also claimed for $3,500 was number 3, Warren's Van Gogh, claimed by S&S Stable, trainer Maria Stanford. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this $2,500 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Number 2, Wits Daddling. Make the jockey Shamare Mir. Stretch, what do you got?
Well, that last race was a fun race. I knew it was tricky, and the one great ride got out. And interesting on Tis Funny, you were right. The class, the drop in class didn't allow the 5 to get the lead, but smart ride to kind of chase, recognize it, and you still get second.
Well, that's the first time ever seen the horse coming off the pace. Jorge Coreno noticed that there's no way. He could have sent and probably got closer to those ones, but then my Northern Sky probably would have scooped them in the end, putting that extra pressure on, but a great ride to salvage second.
For sure, for sure. Okay. 6 furlongs this time. I like how all the races keep changing distance, not just the same, so it adds an angle to the puzzle. We are going 6. We speed held that last race. They were only going 5.
But what we did see, compared to the last 2 days, sorry to cut you off, Stretch, 22-second first quarter. If that was yesterday or the day before, the numbers were way down. We wouldn't have seen a 22, and if this was a lightning fast track, which we haven't seen in a few weeks, they could have went 21 and change because Richard left like a rocket.
Yeah, I agree, and that's the same thing I was thinking when I saw those kind of fractions. So we'll see how these horses and what time they run it in. I'm going to start with the 3, which happens to be the favorite, making the right drop. Tom knows where to spot these horses. Has run evenly. I think he just realizes that this horse, you know, your West Princess is running well, or whatever it is.
Anwara.
Yeah, that's the one. The can't beat those ones at that level, so let's find a spot. Let's get the win. Why not? And so I think this horse can kind of basically stalk. It's not going to go to the lead. I think there is enough speed. I think the 4 and 6 potentially are going to go, at least the 6 for sure. Coming from Remington, if you remember, kind of toyed with the field the first start, and then kind of got in a bit of a duel and didn't finish up as well. So that's my top selection. Who else do you think can maybe beat the 3, or do you think the 3 can be beat?
Well, I really don't, only because the company that Babylon Will Fall has kept, West Princess, 2 wins in a second, Anwara, 2 wins in a second, Sharp Contrast had that second, had a bad race because it broke slow out of the gate, but came back with a second place finish, and Union Smarty has come back to run well. So all those horses are solid 5,000 horses, now going to the non-winners of the year, which mostly in and outers, run good today, run bad tomorrow. So Babylon Will Fall, 3 good races in a row, albeit all 5th place finishes. I think Babylon Will Fall is the one to beat. I also like number 5, Videra. This horse made a good middle move last time out at the $3,500 level and then tired late down the lane. But Doug Mustard is a trainer that really doesn't work hard on him, getting him ready to win first time out. So I think now that it's had its 2nd start, 3rd start's going to be the charm. We do know that number 6 is going to lead, no doubt about it, and we both agree that probably can't get the distance. So Videra, I think, is going to be a big player.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. My second choice is Button Mushroom. That was based on the first 2 days. We're going to see. This horse does have a move. That first race of the year at ASD ran a very nice race, was closing late, and then the last 2 not so much. But it was in for this level. So that's why I've kind of gone back to this horse. We're going to see if speed's holding a little more, but I'm certainly not leaving out Button Mushroom. Won 4 races in 2020, and always showed something. I throw out those Fauna races. A couple were tough there. And then 4. What do you think of the 4?
Karamia Mine was claimed last time out, ran an even race. But a lot of these horses that do come from Century Mile, the first time they run here is an average race, and then they get better because the surfaces are different. Century Mile is more like Turf Paradise. It's a harder surface. Ours is deeper, more kind to horses, and as you can tell, the times are much slower. But Karamia Mine, I definitely can improve. Jared Brown had a great day yesterday with Jorge Coreno. They teamed up for 2 wins. This one has tactical speed. Might be able to be sitting right on the flank of Know What I Mean and then take over at the head of the lane. And if speed is carrying, just might be gone.
Yeah, you can't leave this horse out. I agree with you. And again, I've mentioned at ASD Live, 3 wins of 7 starts last year, so that's always a good sign when horses are winning wherever they're winning. So that's a plus to that horse. So we've got our bets up there.
All right, straight to our wagers here. Stretch, start us off.
Well, I'm taking a shot, or not taking I'm playing a small pick 3. It's $18. I've got the 3 horses in here. That I believe that even if the favorites are coming in, there's no standout favorites that I can, maybe it pays 36. If I get one of the long shots, maybe Button Mushroom or one of the other races, that one horse, maybe I get, maybe $80 or $90 on that bet.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I went 10-win place on 3. I thought I'd get a little more than the 7 of 5 that I'm being offered right now, but we're going to stick with it, Beth. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 2, and we'll see you back for race 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Button Mushroom, owned by Cranky Acres Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Richard Mangley. Number 2 is Wits Datalink, owned by Black Diamond Stable, Lynn White and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Shamari Muir. Number 3 is Babylon Will Fall, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Leroy Nelson. Number 4 is Cara Mia Mine, owned by Double A Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is Videra, owned by Doug, Judy, and Carmen Mustard, and Heather Todorek, trained by Doug Mustard with Sheldon Chickeness. Rounding out the field is number 6, Know What I Mean-a, owned and trained by Elton Dickey, Stanley Chady Jr. aboard. Post time for race number 2, 4 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we've got 6 furlongs this time, non-winners 2,500 fillies of the year. So it's always a bit of a guessing game for this, but I think there's some smart moves by some trainers in here, and that starts with the 3, with Tom dropping the horse where I think he believes that she can win. Take a look back at last year's races at Hastings. Any of those races make her a winner. I think she's going to be close to the pace, so even if somebody nobody's going to get too far away. So 3 is my top selection. Maybe a sleeper if closes late. If closers are not there, the 1 Button Mushroom. Kirt?
I'm with you, Stretch. I also like number 3, Babylon Will Fall. Tested the top $5,000 level. This is class relief for this horse. Just what the doctor ordered. I think it's the one to beat. I expect number 4, Mine, to run a lot better. Horses coming from Alberta Century Mile need a start to run their best. That might just be good enough. Good luck here in race 2. Button Mushroom will lead the fillies and mares into the starting gate. Witt's Data Link now moves in. Next up, Babylon Will Fall. Mine, the even money choice goes in. 2 left to load. Videra. And now just waiting on Know What I Mean from the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, that's Babylon Will Fall. Showing a little bit of early speed to her outside, Cara Mia Mine. Stalking on the outside, that's Know What I Mean. Sitting in behind them, 2 lengths behind, Wits Daddalink, Videra, and Butt Mushroom. The late closer is the early trailer. The opening quarter, 23-4. Babylon Will Fall and Cara Mia Mine have now opened up a 2-length advantage. Know What I Mean. Trying to reel them in from third. A gap of 4 lengths back. That's going to be Videra and Butt Mushroom. And Wits Daddalink can see them all. They went the half mile in 47 seconds. Babylon Will Fall battles back on the inside and takes over as a leader. Cara Mia Mine to the outside. Videra snaking up the rail and has room on the far outside. Know What I Mean is still there with Cara Mia Mine taking the lead. Videra in late stretch. Know What I Mean is gonna try her, but Videra took the short path and is gonna get it done. Know What I Mean second best. Third to Babylon Will Fall, and fourth to Butt Mushroom. The Stewart's opposed to number 5, Videra. As the race winner, second goes to number 6, Know What I Mean. Third to number 3, Babylon Will Fall. And fourth to number 1, Butt Mushroom. They went the opening quarter 23-4. The half 47 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 5, Videra. Videra is a dark bear brown mare, 6 years old, by Going Commando. Out of the mare, Bears Artiste by Alphabet Soup. Owned by Doug Judy and Carmen Mustard and Heather Todorek. Trained by Doug Mustard and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14-1. Congratulations goes out to jockey Sheldon Chickeness, who scores the early daily double. 2 wins for jockey Sheldon Chickeness. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race, our co-featured event, the 34th running of the Frank Arneson Memorial Sires Stakes. There are no changes, and this does kick off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The carryover, just over $152,000. We're gonna go to post in 18 minutes. From the middle, that's Babylon Will Fall. Showing a little bit of early speed to her outside, Cara Mia Mine. Stalking on the outside, that's Know What I Mean. Sitting in behind them, 2 lengths behind, Witch Daddling, Videra, and Butt Mushroom. The late closer is the early trailer. The opening quarter, 23-4. Babylon Will Fall and Cara Mia Mine have now opened up a 2-length advantage. Know What I Mean? Trying to reel them in from third. A gap of 4 lengths back. That's going to be Videra and Butt Mushroom. And Witch Daddling can see them all. They went the half mile in 47 seconds. Babylon Will Fall battles back on the inside and takes over as the leader. Cara Mia Mine to the outside. Videra snaking up the rail and has room on the far outside. Know What I Mean is still there with Cara Mia Mine taking the lead. Videra in late stretch. Know What I Mean is gonna try her, but Videra took the short path and is gonna get it done. Know What I Mean second best, third to Babylon Will Fall, and fourth to Butt Mushroom. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 2, we had a claim to report. Claim for $2,500 was number 4, Karamia Mine, claimed by Boss Baby and Just for Kicks stable, trainer Sean Morin. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. It's our co-featured event, the 34th running of the Frank Arneson Memorial Sires Stakes. 4 3-year-old Manitoba sired colts and geldings. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. Stretch, quick look back at race 2. What did you make of that?
I was completely wrong. Hopefully nobody followed my picks on that one.
Well, it wasn't so much that we were wrong. The race just didn't play out the way we thought. Know what I mean? Should have been on the front. Instead, it was a stalker. Babylon Will Fall went out with Karamia Mine, which was very unusual.
Yeah, that's true.
It ran good races from off of it and decided to go to the front. Maybe they thought it was speed bias before we did.
Very, very good point. Yeah, the race did not go. I knew I was in trouble how the race went, just where everybody was. But some very good rides there. Smart
Sheldon
ride up the
Chickeness
rail.
stayed on the rail every step of the way, was able to wear him down. And Stanley coming off the pace. Both great rides to run 1-2. Never would have seen, I could have seen Videra, but not Know What I Mean in that avenue. I couldn't see it coming off the pace. But let's take a look at this 5-horse field here. Who do you like 1 to 5 on Impressive Sense?
Yeah, there's a fair amount proportionally in the pool. It's not like there's no money in the pool. There's enough, almost just short of 1,000. So somebody that likes their horse quite a bit. That was my top selection, and I did think this horse would be the favorite of the race. I just thought that last race sets the horse up for this race, racing older. Those are Manitoba breds, but those are your top. Like everybody in that field are some solid runners. And just to be within 7's pretty good. They they went pretty quick. I think this is the horse that doesn't need the lead. You made a good point on your 5. You don't think that the 3 can keep up with the 5 early, so then therefore if the 5 can clear. That's a couple of the races. It worries me that can this horse get the 6 furlongs, and that's why I lean to the 1. I think it's between the 1 and the 5 in the race. Certainly the value is on your selection, but I just think the 1 gets a similar trip. I like how well Shady's riding, as good as he has this week with so many good rides. Might get the same ride and put him in the winner's circle.
Yeah, I also like Impressive Sense in here. Hasn't done any wrong. A couple of fourths mixed in with the win, a second and 2 third-place finishes. Did beat number 5, Right of Vengeance, last time out against Del Vecchio and Percibility. But those are the older horses, and those are good older Manitoba breds. I just think Right of Vengeance is the fastest of them all, and it's going to clear in here. And if that does happen, Right of Vengeance could go a long way. So that's why I put it on top, even though the track before today was playing to closers. Can't really say that today yet, as we've seen the speed win the first race. Call Me Richard just might have been the best. Last race, Videra came up, but there was a heated pace on the front end, and the horses just in behind got it done. But I'm taking Right of Vengeance with Impressive Sense. Who do you round it out with?
Well, I'm going to jump on board on the 4-horse. Impressed me. I know it was the bottom levels, but you know, we missed that replay. The horse had no chance 2 outs ago.
When it blew its irons?
Yeah, exactly. And then it just looked good. It just took over. Yes, it wasn't a super fast time, but it could be a year older, right? We see some 2-year-olds, or that takes them to 3-year-olds before they learn how to run, and maybe this is the wake-up horse to maybe beat one of the big eventual favorites. I think the 5's odds are going to come down pretty soon. So
yeah, most doubtly 6-1. That's a huge bargain right now on Right of Vengeance. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. Looks like I know that you always go after the pick 5. I'm chasing it also. Stretch, how you going to do it?
Well, yeah, I think we're going to get to 180 today, just how the betting's been going. Appreciate everybody jumping in. So we both jumped in. We're being cautious here. I don't want to miss the first leg. Just like you, I've got some long shots throughout that I need to come in to get it to maybe go jackpot. Yeah, you can see I've got the 25-1 and the 15-1 in the last leg that I'll be cheering for if I'm still alive, the 7 and the 9.
I'm just surprised at how our prices end up the same in the end. I went 2 horses, 4 horses. I went for a key, St. Geezy, and then 3 horses and rounded out with 6 on the end for a total of $28.80. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our co-featured event here in race number 3. It's the 34th running of the Frank Arneson Memorial Sire Stakes. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $35,000. Number 1 is Impressive Sense, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Guaranteed Delivery, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Dwight Lewis. Number 3 is Call the Cops, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Elton Dickey with Leroy Nelson. Number 4 is Henry's in Control, owned by Larry Falloon and Stephen Gaskin, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 5, Right of Vengeance, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Richard Mangley. Jackpot pick 5 wagering here in race number 4. The pool already approaching $170,000. They'll go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, first of two stake races today on a good card to finish up the week. I've got it down. I like the 1 and the 5. The 1, I'm sorry, is my top selection. I just think that this horse can handle the 6 furlongs a little better than the 5. 5, I expect, as Kirt does, is being the speed of the speed. If speed's holding, just how the track has changed a little bit, take that one. I think that the 1 can come up the rail. The rail might be the golden spot to be. So my top selection is the 1 and maybe the 4 for second or third. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I like both the 1 and 5 in here, but number 5, Right of Vengeance. The 1 and 5 ran against each other last time out. The 5 never got out of the gate and had to adopt an off-the-pace running style that it never has, and only lost by 2 1/4 lengths to the 1. If it gets out and gets to the lead, able to relax, I think Right of Vengeance could be able to hang it on him. I love the odds right now at 7-2. Good luck here in race 3. The Frank Arneson Memorial Sire Stakes. Impressive Sense leads the field into the starting 8. Guaranteed Delivery is the next to go in. From the middle, that'll be Call the Cops. Two left to load. Henry's in control. Henry's in control, seems to be getting a little equipment adjustment behind the gate. From the outside, Right of Vengeance. Stepping in. And the last to load will be Henry's in control. Stevenson climbing back aboard. Henry's in control and walks into the starting gate. They're at the post. And they're off in the Frank Arneson Memorial Sire Stakes. From the inside, Impressive Sense goes out to capture the early lead, but on his outside, Call the Cops now takes over and grabs the lead by half a length. Right of Vengeance now makes a bid 3 wide to engage Call the Cops, settling back in fourth. Guaranteed Delivery and the trailer. Henry's in control, but those two only 4 off the early lead. The opening quarter, 23 seconds. Call the Cops and Right of Vengeance. These two have separated by a length and a half. Impressive Sense comes off the rail and starts going after the leaders, making a 3 wide bid, a gap of 6 more back to Guaranteed Delivery, and Henry's in control. There's the trailer. They hit the head of the lane. Call the Cops has taken over the lead. Impressive Sense all out on the outside and is absolutely flying on by at the 16th pole. This is all Impressive Sense, who's going to win the Frank Arneson Memorial Sire Stakes by 2. Second goes to Call the Cops. Third to Right of Vengeance, and fourth to Guaranteed Delivery. The stewards are posted number 1, Impressive Sense, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Call the Cops. Third to number 5, Right of Vengeance. And fourth to number 2, Guaranteed Delivery. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 46-1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 3, the 34th running of the Frank Arneson Memorial Sire Stakes. That's number 1, Impressive Sense. Impressive Sense is a dark bear brown gelding, 3 years old, by True Sense. Out of the mare, She Is Impressive by Regal Classic. Owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms. Trained by Lise Pruitt. And ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13 and 3. Number 1, Impressive Sense, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Cam Ziprick and Charles Fouillard. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand our CEO, Darren Dunn, to make a presentation to the winning connections. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 1, Western Mongolia. Make the jockey Shamari Muir. That's here in the 4th race. Number 1, Western Mongolia. The jockey Shamari Muir. And we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your program to race number 5. Number 5, Trouble with a Curve. Make the jockey Richard Mangoli. That's race number 5. Number 5, Trouble with a Curve. The jockey Richard Mangoli. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Number 4, Tough Enough to Start. The owner should read A2 Racing. And number 8, Shake It Cali. The jockey Shamari Muir. Now turning your programs to race number 7. Scratch number 10, Life's Been Good So Far. That's race number 10, or number 7. Scratch the 10, Life's Been Good So Far. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. Now makes a bid 3 wide to engage, Call the Cops. Settling back in 4th, Guaranteed Delivery, and the trailer Henry's in control. But those two, only 4 off the early lead. The opening quarter, 23 seconds. Call the Cops and Right of Vengeance. These two have separated by a length and a half. Impressive Sense comes off the rail and starts going after the leaders, making a 3 wide bid, a gap of 6 more back to Guaranteed Delivery, and Henry's in control. Is the trailer. They hit the head of the lane. Call the Cops has taken over the lead. Impressive Sense all out on the outside and is absolutely flying on by at the 16th pole. This is all Impressive Sense, who's gonna win the Frank Arneson Memorial Sire Stakes by 2. Second goes to Call the Cops, 3rd to Right of Vengeance, and 4th to Guaranteed Delivery. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We're kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $3,500 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Number 1, Western Mongolia, make the jockey Shamare Mir. For all of TVG and their viewers, Kayla Pizarro is off all her mounts this evening. For the rest of the pick 4, she has been all night. But Stretch, what do you like? Take a quick look back at race 3.
I thought it was another good ride by Chady. He's on just riding so well this week. Had so much horse. Decided, okay, don't get caught up in the duel. Pull back a little bit, sit, and then explode in the lane. And another good ride. I figure it's about a second faster. And the variance today is especially from Monday based on what I've seen and kind of comparing for the levels. So it usually means speed can carry a little bit farther, not as deep as a track. So
yeah, I'm with you there. And we haven't seen speed winning the races because there's been duels every one, except for the first race going 5/8 of a mile. Call Me Richard got away early. Then they caught up, but then he was just too good in the end with the dropping class. Okay, who do you like to kick off the start of pick 4?
Well, it's not as easy as the public thinks anyway. Our 4 is our top selection for all of us, but the horse ran a very good race. June 15th is the key race. A bunch of them, we've got, let's see, we've got two, the contenders, I think, 2, 4, and 6 all came out of the June 15th race. The 4 went to the lead that day and had a bit of pressure. And the horse that pressured him was Sea Myrtle. Showed some speed that day. I don't know who else is going to go. Witz Gatto sat in a garden spot on the rail last time in that June 15th. Bella Galina sat back and then made a move on the turn. And that's the type of horse that horse is. So I don't think that they can. I guess they could send. It just hasn't the last few. And that horse had the toughest trip of the 3 that day. Made the move, was wide throughout, but hey, dug in. I liked how game. It was just such a good ride by Carino that day. And then didn't race on the potentially on the June 30th race that Bella Galino did. And
that was for a 5,000.
It was
tag,
for
though.
5. You're right. It is 5. It took a big step up, but instead of just sitting there, had a nice work. So Jared gets a nice speed work. That work tells me maybe they'd want to send the horse to the lead again. And so top selection. Bella Galina, the 2, had the tough trip. Didn't belong in for 5. Back in. So I've got 4 and 2. My sleeper, and then I'll let you talk about your other sleeper, is the 1. I think this horse is going to get a dream trip on the rail. Wasn't in the June 15th race. Tom has a nice workout coming in. Trying to find a spot. I think the drop is perfect. 3rd off a layoff, dropping into where the horse belongs. Horse likes to win. 2 of 5 last year. It wasn't the top level track, but still likes to win.
Yeah, a couple more to look at in here. Look at number 6, Witz Gatto. I said earlier on, Doug Mustard had one in Videra in the second race. And like I said, he doesn't like getting horses ready to go first time out. He kind of likes getting them into condition. 3rd start off the layoff's the charm. What happened with Videra? Well, she rallied on the inside and got the win. So this has visions of Witz Gatto and Videra. Last time out, only got beat by a length and a quarter to Bella Galina, the 2, and the 4, Hey Runaway, but ran a much improved effort. I expect the horse to improve once again. And if it does improve just a little bit, it can hit the winner's circle. But another bomber in here, the second longest shot on the board. Number 5, Gentle Kiss. Jennifer Jordan for Andy Stronach. These horses have run very well. Looks dynamite in the paddock there. And not a lot of sprinting on this horse. Has won at the distance. 1 out of 2 starts. The last time out looks terrible. 5th beaten 11. But the winner won by 7 lengths. Second place horse came back to win. That looks like much tougher racing to me, that non-2 of the year, as the horse was a non-winners of the year and still ran lights out in there. Doesn't have any early speed, but look for this horse maybe to close late down the lane.
Yeah, very possible. Understand that horse, Mooney Valley, where the horse is coming, racing in March and February, it can be so cold there. You just look at the variance. So be careful on if you're looking at some times. It's hard to gauge anything with the cold weather that they usually run in there at that time of year. But yeah, so wide open. I don't have it down to just 4 and 6 for sure. Like I said, wide open. The 3 is cutting back. Maybe the 3 went way too fast last time. It doesn't like to win too often, but was overmatched in the Canada Day, but shows speed. Maybe they send. Jared's got the 3 and the 4. Maybe the 4 sits back, 3 goes.
Yeah, well, first time out, had trouble, steadied early, and that was a real tough race. We alluded to West Princess and Wara. West Princess, 2 wins in a second, and Wara, 2 wins in a second in their first 3 starts. Showed speed going the 7 furlongs, but I don't think they're going to bang heads. The 2 Jared Brown horses in here, quietly quick. I think he'll be in a stalking role. Maybe Wits Gatto will show a little bit more speed. It showed a lot of speed last year. And Wits Gatto likes to win. So I think this is going to be a great first leg of the pick 4. All right, let's go straight to our bets. And of course, both of us are chasing the pick 4.
Yeah. So for sure, the pick 4. We both spent a bunch of money in here.
This is the most I've spent all year.
Well, I can't go. Well, I spent a little more. I had made some money in the last race.
Well,
I had that yesterday. Anyway, doesn't matter. I was spending this because I think this is the play. This is the best bet at ASD right now. The pick 4. It's been flying over the 25,000. It's been 30 and 40,000. I think that's where we're going to get to, somewhere there. I don't think it's going to pay less than 300 would be kind of where I'm looking.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what combination comes in unless it's maybe Hey Hey Runaway, Cross Lake Proud, and then you get I don't even know who in race 6 is going to be the favorite, and St. Louis guy, maybe only 100 and change. But if we do get it, well, we're still going to make our money back, which is huge.
Agree, and that's why I took my shot and you took your shot, and let's hopefully one of us. Well, we have the chance that we both could get the pick 4.
No doubt about it. So good luck with all your wagers here in race number 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,800. Number 1 is Western Mongolia, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Shamari Muir. Number 2 is Bella Galena, owned by K7 Racing Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Quietly Quick, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Dwight Lewis. Number 4 is Hey Hey Runaway, owned by TMS Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is Gentle Kiss, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out the field is number 6, Wits Gatto, owned by Doug, Judy, and Carmen Mustard, and Heather Todorek, trained by Doug Mustard with Sheldon Chickeness. Post time for race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. They go to post in 7 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, a mid-level filly and mare claimer going 5.5 furlongs. So take note, 5.5. Gotta watch the rematch from June 15th between the 2, 4, and 6. 4 ran such a good race. That's where the horse I had to go back to. Not a lot of value right now, but I just liked how game this horse was. And then the trainer, Jared Brown, is throwing in another speed work out there. This horse could be controlling speed. We'll find out. 2 had the tough trip back on June 15th and was entered a little too high last time, so don't get caught at that 6th place finish. So I've got it 4-2. 1 is the long shot. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. I like number 4, Hey Hey Runaway. Opened up nicely in the stretch. If that race was 5.5 furlongs that day, would have won by 2 or more. But today, I think Bella Galena might try her a little bit earlier, and Wits Gatto, now the third start off the layoff, makes it a little more competitive between the 3 of them. But I still like the 4, Hey Hey Runaway. Good luck here in race 4. Western Mongolia, and now Bella Galena secured in the starting gate. Quietly Quick steps up. The current 6-5 choice, Hey Hey Runaway, goes in. 2 left to load. Gentle Kiss. And now just waiting on Wits Gatto. Western Mongolia, low fractious. They're at the post. And they're off. Hopping at the start was Gentle Kiss. From the middle, that's Hey Hey Runaway. Quickly out to try and secure the early lead, but getting lots of company. As Quietly Quick on the inside, and in the outside, Wits Gatto make it an early trail, battling for the lead. Bella Galena 4 lengths back, watching that action in fourth. Then running as a pair at the back, Western Mongolia and Gentle Kiss, who are about 5 off of it. The opening quarter, 23-3. Wits Gatto on the outside has a nose in front of Hey Hey Runaway. Falling back to third, Quietly Quick. Moving up, Bella Galena on the outside, looking for the rail. Western Mongolia and Gentle Kiss not too far away. They hit the head of the lane. The half, 47-4. Hey Hey Runaway has the advantage by a length and a half. To the far outside, Bella Galena with the best stride. Bella Galena, watch the action, and is going to draw away in here by 2. Bella Galena the winner. Second's going to go to Hey Hey Runaway. Quietly Quick finish in third. The Stewards have posted number 2, Bella Galena, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Hey Hey Runaway. Third to number 3, Quietly Quick. A photo has been called to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 47-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-3. Also the photo show number 6, Wits Gatto, finished in 4th. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 4, that's number 2, Bella Galena. Bella Galena is a bay mare, 7 years old, by Vronsky, out of the mare CR Ballerina by Moscow Ballet, owned by K7 Racing Stable, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr., and ridden to victory by Leroy Nelson. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-3. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Number 5, Trouble with a Curve, make the jockey Richard Mangoli. Once again in the upcoming 5th race, number 5, Trouble with a Curve, the jockey Richard Mangoli. We kick off late pick 3 here in race number 5. Western Mongolia, a little fractious. They're at the post. And they're off. Hopping at the start was Gentle Kiss. From the middle, that's Hey Hey Runaway. Quickly out to try and secure the early lead, but getting lots of company. That's Quietly Quick on the inside, and in the outside, Wits Gatto make it an early trail, battling for the lead. Bella Galena, 4 lengths back, watching that action in fourth. Then running as a pair at the back, Western Mongolia and Gentle Kiss, who are about 5 off of it. The opening quarter, 23-3. Wits Gatto on the outside has a nose in front of Hey Hey Runaway. Falling back to third, Quietly Quick. Moving up, Bella Galena on the outside, looking for the rail. Western Mongolia and Gentle Kiss not too far away. They hit the head of the lane. The half, 47-4. Hey Hey Runaway has the advantage by a length and a half. To the far outside, Bella Galena with the best stride. Bella Galena, watch the action, and it's gonna draw away in here by 2. Bella Galena the winner. Second's gonna go to Hey Hey Runaway. Quietly Quick finish in third. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We're kicking off the late pick 3 with a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're only going to go the 5 furlong distance. And again, a welcome to TVG and all their viewers. Number 5, Trouble with a Curve, make the jockey Richard Mangley. Quick look back at the last race, Bella Galena, $12. After losing to Hey Hey Runaway only by a half a length the last time they met 2 months ago.
And the key was, as we mentioned on the Paddock Show and ASD Live, that the 2 was that 2 was wide throughout on that race, ran the toughest trip of the group, and kept coming at the end. So, you know, and then we also mentioned just off air about 5.5 furlongs, how that horse is in the money, first or second, basically 50% of the time, and it showed up a good patient ride by, who was our rider there?
That was Leroy Nelson.
Leroy Nelson.
But hey, Runaway, 3-horse duel.
Yeah,
and
everybody
still put everybody away, but
completely
couldn't fend off the horse that watched all the action.
Correct.
Okay, now we go to race 5. On the board, it looks like a 2-horse race. We see the 6 and the 8, both at 6 to 5. St. Geezy, Cross Lake Proud. Does it look that easy to use, Stretch?
Well, I have a sleeper, but we're going to wait for my sleeper coming up. I'm going to start on the, so I'm not going to answer your question if it's 2-horse race.
All right.
We're wait and see. 5 furlongs is the key. 5 furlongs, a big difference. I'm going to go to Cross Lake Proud, the 8. And the reason is, for a few reasons, is if you watch the other day, the Gooch, I know it's Gooch Express. We go by the Gooch. Anyway.
Well, you do.
I do. Yeah, I do. It's going to be one of my new favorite horses. Looked so good yesterday, winning a higher 2 days ago, a higher level, and I liked Cross Lake last time and thought, oh, maybe didn't run as well, but now I don't feel as bad after seeing the Gooch run so well. I don't think this horse is going to go to the lead. I think this horse, Cross Lake, is going to stalk, sit just off, will be wide, but if you look at the couple of races that he won, he came wide. He circled outside, and seems like that's his thing to do. He's got the back class. They figured him out. Jerry, I thought, made a very good claim at the start of the meet. This horse can run. I remember the first race he ran, how good he ran. He beat that Mo for me, and who I thought was going to be good and was good. So that is my top selection. Go to your top selection there, Kirt.
Yeah, my top selection, I went to number 6, St. Geezy. This is a horse that can do it either way also. Sat second first time out and then took off and easily drew off by 6 last time out. It was Jorge Carreno saying, let's go to the front, and he just did that. He made the front easy, and he won easily by 5. He didn't even bring out the stick that day. Now they're cutting back to the 5 furlong distance. And Jorge Carreno is just such a great gate rider. There is other speed in here. Number 5, Trouble with a Curve, has speed. Bevolution, the 3, has showed speed. And even Top of the Rock has showed speed. So, and Cross Lake Proud. So there could be quite a little mix if they want to send really hard at all costs to get there. That can really change the complexion of this race. Agree.
And we've seen some of the winners today and throughout the week, which jockeys are a little patient. Even if they have a speed horse, they kind of relax the horse just off the pace and potentially could do that. And so I think whoever recognizes that first and gets the trip could win it. So my sleeper, I thought was going to be a little bit longer of a price here, is the 4-horse. If you look at the races, it's key. I actually watched both races at Lethbridge, and obviously the winning by 11, it was easy. Horse just went out. The chart line says evenly on June 20th. Well, not really. Kind of got shut off a little bit at the start, and then was kind of stuck in a bad spot. So didn't take the turns as well. I'm throwing those 2 races out. This is how I can get a price. I'm surprised he's that low. Those races at Turf Paradise are solid numbers. My figures have it very solid. Gets claimed for 3,500. Smart claim there. Was running for the 10 non-3. That 10 non-3 is a tough condition out there, and so That is my sleeper that I think that could upset the top two if the top two don't run their races. Their figures are solid too, but that's
Yeah, no doubt about it. A couple more to look at. Number 3, Bevolution, showed speed first time out, tired against Bumble Elgato, but in the comeback race, decided to come off the pace and ran lights out in there. I really liked that race. Young Boy, the favorite, ended up getting the job done. But another horse to look at, number 7, Silent Emissary. Here's another one that made a big middle move and then tired. This horse 2 outs ago just didn't get out of the gate and made a belated rally. But the first rally against You Should Talk was a good one, right behind Young Boy, who I said did come back and win that last start. So that's another long shot to throw in. But I'm with you at 6, 8, and 3. Let's go to our bets here in race number 5. All right, Stretch, over to you. A $3 exactor box.
Yeah, just a little $3 exactor box with the 2 horses, hoping that the 4 splits them or ends up to actually make a little bit of money. If it's 6, 8, then I probably don't do very well, but I didn't want to miss it out if I can get that 4 with the horses in there. I see you're up to a $4 tri-wheel.
Yeah, dude, my favorite triactor. 2 horses, the same 2 with 3 horses on the bottom. $6 for that, but I'm making it a $4 wheel. That'll be $24. Good luck with all your selections here in race number 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1 is Bayesef, owned and trained by Dale Zawiesliak, Hector Rabbitskin aboard. Number 2 is Bunch of Cash, owned by Kevin Sousa, trained by Elton Dickey with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is Bevolution, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Top of the Rock, owned by Lloyd Buffalo, trained by Floyd Buffalo with Nyrone Austin. Number 5 is Trouble with a Curve, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Richard Mangley. Number 6 is St. Geezy, owned by Staff Max Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Jorge Carreño. Number 7 is Silent Emissary, owned by Wayne Heggie, trained by Mike Taphorn with Dwight Lewis. Rounding out the field is number 8, Cross Lake Proud, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Leroy Nelson. Kick it off, late pick 3 wagering here in race number 5. They go to post in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we're only going 5 furlongs. The first 5 furlong race of the day, speed went gate to wire. That could happen, but there is enough speed and not any pure speed. Not sure how the race is going to set up in the sense of is somebody getting loose. I don't think there is. That's why my top selection is the 8 Cross Lake Proud. This horse likes to make a move on the outside. Has won at 5 furlongs to the start of the year. Crushed the field. I think that's going to happen. Sleeper of the day is Top Rock, that had a poor effort last out but has an excuse. You're getting 5-1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I agree. 6 and 8 are the ones to beat in here. I don't like the price on number 6, St. Geezy, but I do like the jock, Jorge Carreño, the top jock here at the Downs. I also have a sleeper in here, and that's number 7, Silent Emissary. Here's a horse. If they do go 4 across the track, Silent Emissary will be sitting about 4 lengths off it, maybe mowing them down at 25-1. Good luck here in race 5.
Post time.
Here's Seth. It's the first one in. Bunch of cash. Also loaded. Next up, Bevolution. Top of the Rock's turn. Now Trouble with a Curve set to go in. St. Geezy, the second choice on the board at 8-5. 2 left to load. Silent Emissary. Silent Emissary getting a little help from the gate crew. He's now in. And now just waiting on the current favorite, Cross Lake Proud. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, Top of the Rock was away really well with Trouble with a Curve. On the outside, St. Geezy in a good position in third, Bunch of Cash. On the rail in fourth with Bevolution just to the outside. 3 wide, Silent Emissary. Cross Lake Proud settled back second last. And By Yourself is the trailer, about 10 off of it. 3 across the track through an opening quarter at 23-4. St. Geezy now takes the lead. 3 wide, splitting horses. Cross Lake Proud found his seam and gets through. Top of the Rock still battling from the inside. 3 across the track, 1/8 of a mile to go. St. Geezy on the outside. Cross Lake Proud in the middle. Not giving up Top of the Rock. These 3 inside the 16th pole. St. Geezy is going to get it done by a length. Top of the Rock second best. Third goes to Cross Lake Proud. Very close for fourth between Bunch of Cash and Bevolution. The stewards post to number 6, St. Geezy, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Top of the Rock. Third to number 8, Cross Lake Proud. A photograph has been called to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23 seconds, the half 47-2. Time for the 5 furlongs, a quick 1 minute even. Results of the photo show number 3, Bevolution, finish in 4th. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 5, that's number 6, St. Geezy. St. Geezy is a big gelding, 4 years old by Painter, out of the mare Beauty and Glory by Honor and Glory. Owned by Staff Max Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute even. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Number 4, Tough Enough to Start. The owner should read A2 Racing. Number 8, Shake It Cali. Make the jockey Shamar Amir. Once again, in this is 6th race. Number 4, Tough Enough to Start. The owner A2 Racing. And number 8, Shake It Cali. The jockey Shamar Amir. Post time for race number 6. 19 minutes away. Post. And they're off. From the middle, Top of the Rock was away really well with trouble with the curve. On the outside, St. Geezy in a good position in 3rd, Bunch of Cash. On the rail in 4th with Bevolution just to the outside. 3 wide, Silent Emissary, Cross Lake Proud. Settled back 2nd last, and By Yourself is the trailer, about 10 off of it. 3 across the track through an opening quarter at 23 and 4. St. Geezy now takes the lead, 3 wide, splitting horses. Cross Lake Proud found a seam and gets through. Top of the Rock still battling from the inside. 3 across the track, an 1/8 of a mile to go. St. Geezy on the outside. Cross Lake Proud in the middle. Not giving up, Top of the Rock. These 3 inside the 16th pole. St. Geezy is gonna get it done by a length. Top of the Rock, 2nd best. 3rd goes to Cross Lake Proud. Very close for 4th between Bunch of Cash and Bevolution. And ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we have a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was your race winner, number 6, St. Geezy. Claimed by Kenneth Lee Gardepy, trainer Tom Gardepy. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6, kicking off late double wagering with a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2-lifers. They're going to go the 7.5 furlongs. Number 4, Tough Enough to Start. The owner, A2 Racing, and number 8, Shake It Cali. Make the jockey, Shamari Muir. Stretch, who do you like in the 6?
All right, nice key on your pick 5. We're both alive in both, but you keyed it, so it opens up more options for you. Well done. Yeah, 7.5 going around 2 turns. Remember that if you're not sure of how our track is built. I'm going to start with the 4 horse here. Tough Enough to Start. Good look at that.
Way to go, Stretch.
Thank you. You have to watch again replays. I really like watching replays and noticing things. I thought the horse didn't get out that well, kind of got shuffled. Neville gave the horse a decent ride, realized he was in trouble, and then circled and went 3 or 4 wide. It's his advanced outside, which is true. It went even more. 5 furlongs, you can't make up as much ground. Horse might have ran 5.5 almost, maybe not that much. But there's figures in there that I really like. That last race, solid race at Kate's Princess, was a Santa Anita horse, second start, was it? Or it
yeah,
had raced
dropping from 10,000 on
10,000
to its previous. And
correct.
Didn't get out of the gate.
The first start and then just was so good.
Straight to the front and wired.
Yeah, and so I expect big things in the future on that one. So that's my top selection, and my original brief top selection was the 1 horse until I realized who the 4 was. I like this horse as well. Very good tightener. I realized the horse did lose by 13, but as you mentioned, ASD Live, Kirt, that horse ran a nice race in a stake race. And
to a 40,000 claimer from Keeneland, was it?
Yes,
Extrema?
yeah, correct. So, but the key to this is maybe the horse has to improve the figures to beat the 1, but if they figure this horse out after that tightener there, started at Aqueduct, won its maiden at Aqueduct. There's nobody in this field that has raced that level. The 4 way back was maiden special weight at Canterbury and Turf Paradise, so that's some back class there, but the rest not as much. So the horse has been the mile. I like that. So I've got it 1 and 4. For me, it's those 2. 4 is my top pick. 1 at the 5-1 is certainly a nice price.
Yeah, I definitely like both of the horses. The speed of the race is number 6, Home Early Shirley. The question mark is the distance. Did win last time out going wire to wire. The horse that ran second, Lila Victoire, was the second favorite. Everybody else was monster odds on the board. And Lila Victoire came back to run the other night in another maiden event and ran a belated 3rd in there, getting well beaten. But Home Early Shirley, speed has been doing well around 2 turns. But the question mark is, can the horse go the distance? And I'm just not sold on that. My little long shot in here is number 8, Shake It Cali. Another one sent out by Floyd Buffalo. We've seen a great race on number 4, Top of the Rock, in race number 5. Now he sends Shake It Cali out. Comes from Lethbridge, and again, a little bull ring, a horse that likes to go a route of ground. And this horse used to be at Golden Gate. Golden Gate horses have been doing dynamite so far here at the meet. They're hitting at about a 65-70% win clip, and then went to Turf Paradise, made some good rallies in there, kind of ran out of ground, but definitely the best racing is around 2 turns. Shamari Muir now jumps aboard Shake It Cali. I could see this one running a big one, and right now great odds at 10-1 after watching top of the rock in race number 5.
For sure. So who is your speed going to the lead in this one? Who do you think?
I think it's Home Early Shirley. This horse has speed coming out of all those short races, now stretching it out. But I just don't think it can go all the way. But Jerry Gorno puts it in here. Sheldon Chickeness, he's looking for the hat trick today after winning the early double. So if you're looking for a speed horse, try and go every step. This could be it.
Yeah, and that's what I always like to make sure, at least have an idea who would be going to the lead or where they would be, because in case, so you don't think the horse can get the distance, I'm kind of with you, but at least we now know who we think the speed is. You just don't want to disregard and say, okay, this is the best horse, and leave out the lone speed.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but Tough Enough to Start does have races down in Turf Paradise where it did show speed, and as you said, just didn't get out of the gate, but closed a ton of ground late. That looks good. If this horse can go and be controlling speed the way it did close, means that you can reserve the horse for a late run. So if the fractions are really slow, this one, if it's sitting close, big chance, obviously on the board. Everybody likes it also. Currently the favorite at 3-2.
Yeah, that is a good point, especially look at some of the fractions. We know that Turf Paradise is a faster track than us, but yeah, the horse was close. So yeah, you're right. Certainly, yep.
All right, let's go to our selections here in race number 6. All right, Stretch, the exactor box.
Yeah.
Just the two of them.
Yes.
You hit the exactor box in the last one. You should have triactor box.
I should have triactor the box the last one. I think it's these two. I could have played a tri-wheel. I think those two jump off, and then it's a guess. I could have played a tri-wheel, maybe 1-4, 1-4 all, because I think it is wide open for third. But there it is, $20, and I see you stepped it up.
Yeah, I went the $5 exactor box. I added a horse. Last race, I went 6-8, 6-8. I had Top of the Rock, but in third. Cross Lake Proud had to get second. I'm not being fooled in here. So I'm taking Shake It Cali up in the top 2. Any combination with the 1, 4, and 8. Then I'll get the exactor. Cost you $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 6. And we'll see you back for the race we've been waiting for, the 62nd running of the RJ Spears for the older boys, going 7.5 furlongs. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $9,500. Number 1 is Evade, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 2 is Chickle Sparks, owned by Marshall Allery, trained by Will Toronjo with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is I Am Anya, owned by Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mavales, trained by Devin Gittins with Richard Mangley. Number 4 is Tough Enough to Start, owned by A2 Racing, trained by Michael Nault with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Coco Padrino, owned by Jared Brown and Lucky 8 Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 6 is Home Early Shirley, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 7 is Dancing Awesome, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Dwight Lewis. The 8 is Shake It Cali, owned by Lloyd Buffalo, trained by Floyd Buffalo with Shamari Muir. Rounding out the field is number 9, Barbie's Quest, owned and trained by Marion Johnston. Stanley Chady Jr. aboard. We're kicking off the TVG, a light daily double. Here in race number 6, they go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we're going around 2 turns for the first time, 7.5 furlongs for the 5 non-2s. My top selection, unfortunately, is the favorite at even money. The figures are there. Didn't have a great trip last time. Those races at Turf Paradise, a couple of them were solid. Either one of those makes this horse extremely tough to beat. If it can handle the 2 turns, shouldn't be tough. My second choice at 9-2, getting some value. Needed the start, has the back class, picks up the pieces late if the 4 can't get the distance. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you. I like both of the horses. Tough Enough to Start. Did have a tough start last time out. Evade, I expect to go forward. The one off that last race. A couple others to look at with value. Look at number 8, Shake It Cali. This horse has some good races at Turf Paradise. Watch for a big late run. His other horse ran very well in race 5. And the 3, I Am Anya. 7-1 on the board. Good luck here in race 6. Evade, the first one locked and loaded. Chickle Sparks moves in. Next up, I Am Anya. Tough enough to start. The current even money choice goes in. Coco Padrino. The speedy home early Shirley is next. Now Dancing Awesome. 2 left to load. Shake It Cali. Now just waiting on Barbie's Quest. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling at the start was Home Early Shirley. From the inside, Chickle Sparks. Motivated early to get the lead. To the outside, Tough Enough to Start now takes over. Dancing Awesome wants a piece of the front end and moves up to engage Tough Enough to Start. Chickle Sparks will sit back in third. On the outside, in fourth, that's Home Early Shirley, who's recovered nicely. Settled back on the rail is Evade. Then another 3 lengths back, it's going to be Shake It Cali with Coco Padrino being the early trailer. The opening quarter, 24-4. Tough Enough to Start with the lead now by 2. Dancing Awesome fading back to second, moving up on the inside. Chickle Sparks, Home Early Shirley also making a move 3 wide. Then it's back to your trailers that are rallying. Barbie's Quest, Evade, and coming up the fence, Shake It Cali, but Tough Enough to Start. The half 49-3 is getting some encouragement, but is still up by 4 as they hit the head of the lane. Back in second, Chickle Sparks trying to come up the rail. Evade to the far outside. Barbie's Quest, the strides are shortening, and Shake It Cali has found a seam in the middle. Barbie's Quest to the outside. Shake It Cali is going to get it done. Barbie's Quest second best. Tough Enough to Start in third. Fourth's going to go to Chickle Sparks, and it looks like Evade finished in fifth. Ladies and gentlemen, a Stewart's inquiry into the stretch drive. The Stewart's opposed to number 8, Shake It Cali, as your race winner. Second goes to number 9, Barbie's Quest. Third to number 4, Tough Enough to Start. And fourth to number 2, Chickle Sparks. They went the opening quarter 24-4, the half 49-3, 6 furlongs, 117-1. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 138-2. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a Stewart's inquiry into the stretch drive. Ladies and gentlemen, the stewards are removing the inquiry sign off the board. There will be no change. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6, that's number 8, Shake It Callie. Shake It Callie is a Grey-Roan filly, 4 years old, by Curlin to Mischief, out of the mare Bleach Blonde by Marino Marini. Owned by Lloyd Buffalo, trained by Floyd Buffalo, and ridden to victory by Shamari Muir. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 138 2. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th and co-featured event, the 62nd running of the R.J. Spears Memorial. Scratch number 10, life's been good so far. That's in this, the 7th race, the R.J. Spears. Scratch the 10, life's been good so far. Post time for the R.J. Spears Memorial. They'll go to post in 18 minutes. And they're off. Stumbling at the start was Home Early Shirley. From the inside, Chickle Sparks. Motivated early to get the lead. To the outside, tough enough to start, now takes over. Dancing Awesome. Wants a piece of the front end and moves up to engage, tough enough to start. Chickle Sparks will sit back in third. On the outside, in fourth, that's Home Early Shirley, who's recovered nicely. Settled back on the rail is Evade. Then another 3 lengths back, it's going to be Shake It Callie with Coco Padrino being the early trailer. The opening quarter, 24-4. Tough enough to start. With the lead now by 2, Dancing Awesome. Fading back to second, moving up on the inside, Chickle Sparks, Home Early Shirley. Also making a move, 3 wide. And it's back to your trailers that are rallying. Barbie's Quest, Evade. And coming up the fence, Shake It Callie, but tough enough to start. The half 49-3 is getting some encouragement, but is still up by 4 as they hit the head of the lane. Back in second, Chickle Sparks trying to come up the rail. Evade to the far outside. Barbie's Quest, the strides are shortening, and Shake It Callie has found a seam in the middle. Barbie's Quest to the outside. Shake It Callie is going to get it done. Barbie's Quest, second best. Tough enough to start in third. Fourth's going to go to Chickle Sparks, and it looks like Evade finished in fifth. And ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 6, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 4, Tough Enough to Start, claimed by K7 Stable trainer Tom Gardapi. And welcome back down to the paddock for our co-featured event. It's a 62nd running of the R.J. Spears Memorial for the older boys, 3 and up, going 7.5 furlongs for $35,000. Special welcome to TVG for the jackpot high five, $30,000 in the carryover. Scratch the 10. Life's been good so far. Stretch. We're alive going into the last leg of the pick 4, pick 5. And we don't just have 1 or 2 horses.
No, there's a bunch, and the payouts are very, very good. As you mentioned with why you stepped it up, you usually don't spend that much.
That's the biggest I've spent all year, but I seen value today.
Yeah, and the value is there. Hopefully it pays off, and this is their best competitive big field stake race going so far. There's been some good ones, but there has, the field's a little smaller. We've seen some good finishes, but this is a tough one. Like, you've got six horses, I've got 5. You'll see my bet coming up of just how tricky it is. The three is my top selection in here. The 3 is the top selection in here. Okay. Anyway, ignore that because the 3 is a St. Louis guy in race. We are race 7, right?
Yeah, yes. I think we're in race 7.
Okay.
I think Mitch is trying to fool us in here.
It doesn't take much.
Well, that is true.
Anyway, ignoring whatever that was up there, St. Louis guy is my top selection.
And that is the 3.
Yes, and there we go. Thanks, Jake. Now we got it on there. So many things to like. I talked about on ASD Live, this horse did not get easy races. He pressed on the outside. Horses would come to him, and he just held them off. Quincy's Express had a better trip both times, and we just kind of knew that the 3 was a little bit better. They are going around 2 turns now, but if you look at the 3, 7 of 10 going around the 2 turns, and wow, could go to the lead. It's hard to say. Do you think the 3's going to the lead, Kirt?
I think it'll break, but I don't think it's going to go hard for the front. I think it'll just go for positioning.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking sitting in the top 4 on the inside, because some of these outside horses are kind of maybe need the lead, or if you're trying to beat the big guy, you want to beat him, trying to take the lead and just go on with it.
Yeah. And so let's go to the other speed horse on Real Grace. I know we don't have the horse in our top 3. I've got it in everything, though. I thought the horse looked so good on both starts, or the both 2-turn starts, but I felt that they didn't go after the horse, and the horse got a bit of a breather. Did accelerate in the stretch for sure. I don't think he's going to get those breathers today.
Definitely not. This is a total different class. That was a 3rd level allowance. This is, now you're throwing in Quincy Express on the rail, St. Louis guy. Those 2 are the main ones, and even Plentiful on the outside, but other horses with good gate speed to get out there to get positioning. Real Grace, the first quarter, look at that. Both times, 25 and 1, 25 and 3. I do not see that happening today. There's other ones that have 6 furlong speed in here, and I think if Real Grace goes to the front and gets it, it'll have to go in 24 and change today.
Agree, for sure. And we've both got the same second selections, getting bet a little bit to that 5-1. Plentiful, we both saw the same thing. We know this horse needs to go around some ground. Both starts, you saw the first start, didn't show much, and then the second start showed that much more. And that's what this horse does. Is you look at this race last year, the horse ran a nice third. A similar race, maybe gets the win on that.
Oh, definitely. I think Plentiful will improve. This was the horse to beat 2 years ago. Didn't have the season he wanted last year, but he showed me a lot in that last start, only losing by 2 to St. Louis guy and Quincy's Express, the 1 and 3. So I'm giving him a big shot. Another horse I want to throw in, number 4, Carlos Sixes, a $4,000 claimer from Lone Star. Ran a couple seconds at that level and won at the 5,000 non-2 of the year at Sam Houston. This is a proven route horse with some tactical speed. But what I like about it, the horse had 5 wins in 3 seconds from 14 starts last year, made almost $90,000. This horse knows how to win. Jerry has brought these horses before and turned them into superstars. I think this one could be the sleeper, and that's why I put him in for third.
Yeah, and that's a good pick. I didn't have it in there, and you made some good points, and you've kind of sold it on me. You look at the distance, 7 of 8 in the money, and like you said, almost 90,000 last year, and almost 500 for the career. And like you said, dropped to 4,000, but got claimed immediately. So you knew that there is interest in it. My long shot in here is the 7 in the deep. I think this horse is better off the pace. This horse impressed me. I was ready for him on the first 2 starts, knowing it was too short. And then that start that he won, I backed him there. I didn't think he would win that convincingly, and he did.
In the best six furlong time of the meet so far.
Correct. And then I felt that the jockey decided, you know what, we've got to go after Real Grace, and that's not the ideal spot for this horse, and trying to win after him, and pushed a little in the backstretch and then got tired. Hadn't been around the 2 turns, probably needed the start. Sits back, kind of in the weeds, waits, pounces, big price, big payout. I'll take one of those long shots in there.
You betcha. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7, the RJ Spears. And Stretch, you're starting us off a triactor box.
Yeah, this one's a rare bet for me. I usually do wheels, if you've seen in the past. Those are my 4. The 3, it's a tough race. I'm really looking forward to the race. All I got is the box. I like your kind of bet. I've done those bets in the past.
Oh, my stretch betting here. I went to Plentiful. I wish I would have got the morning line. Right now, currently 5-1. 5 win, 10 place, 15 show. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 7, the RJ Spears Memorial. And we'll see you back on Monday, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our co-featured event here in race number 7. It's the 62nd running of the RJ Spears Memorial. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $35,000. Number 1 is Quincy Express, owned by John Gannis, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Candy Giant, owned by Back on Track Stables, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Dwight Lewis. Number 3 is St. Louis Guy, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Carlos Sixes, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 5 is Percibility, owned by Manny Miaderos and John Clement, trained by Jim Donnelly with Nyrone Austin. Number 6 is Tapmaster, owned by Kenneth Amthor, trained by Gordon Amthor with Richard Mangley. Number 7 is In the Deep, owned by True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Shamari Muir. Number 8 is Real Grace, owned by Shelley Brown, Gene McEwen, and Bet Holtman, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 9 is Plentiful, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 10, Life's Been Good So Far, has been scratched. Following the running of the R.J. Spears Memorial, our CEO Darren Dunn will make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. Post time for the R.J. Spears, 4 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
What a great way to end off the week of racing. Very good week as well. We've got 2 turns, big stake race coming up, wide open. The 3 horse is the 6 to 5 shot. I think it's a little bit of an undervalue. This horse is a runner. I just think there's just so many solid horses in here. That's the horse I'm going to start with, but I'm going to talk about a couple long shots. I think the 9 Plentiful can sit back and close late at 9 to 2, and the bomber in the race, for me anyway, is the 7 at 14 to 1. Sit just off, make a late run, at least be part of the trifecta. 397, Kirt.
Yeah, St. Louis Guy, the 3 is the one to beat in here. Quincy Express not getting a lot of respect right now. 6 to 1, beaten by a half length both times. Draws the rail. That's an important post position in here. So I think this horse can run a big one, and I'm with you on Plentiful. Don't like the odds right now at 9 to 2, but good luck. This should be a great R.J. Spears.
post time.
Quincy's Express, the first one in. Candy Giant loaded. The current 3-2 choice, that St. Louis guy is in. Carlos Sixes steps up and in. Next up, Perciability. Tapmaster now finds his spot. In the deep, walks right in. 2 left to load. Real Grace. The second favorite is in. And now just waiting on Plentiful to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off in the RJ Spears. To the front end quickly. St. Louis guy goes and tries to take the early lead. Tapmaster putting on the pressure early. Sitting 3 wide on the outside. That's going to be Real Grace. Quincy Express hugging the rail in 4th. 5th is in the deep. Another length back is Plentiful. Then it's Perciability. On the inside, Carlos Sixes. And the trailer, Candy Giant. Tapmaster cuts the opening quarter in a quick 24-3. Back to second, St. Louis guy. Rallying as a pair. That's going to be Quincy Express and Real Grace in the deep. Back in 5th, but also closing up ground. Then it's Plentiful. Back to the Perciability. And your 2 trailers are going to be Candy Giant and Carlos Sixes. St. Louis guy now takes over as the leader as Tapmaster fades to second. Real Grace on the outside trying to reel him in. And Plentiful has a full head of steam on the far outside. St. Louis guy with the lead. Real Grace in between. Here comes Plentiful on the far outside. They hit the 16th pole. St. Louis guy responds and digs in. St. Louis guy is going to take the 60-second running of the RJ Spears. Second's going to go to Plentiful. Third's going to go to Real Grace. And it looked like 4th was Tapmaster. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 24-3, the half 48-3, 6 furlongs 115-1. Time for the 7.5 furlongs 134-3. Results of the photo show the winner number 3, St. Louis guy. Second goes to number 9, Plentiful. Third to number 8, Real Grace. And fourth to number 6, Tap Master. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the 62nd running of the RJ Spears, that's number 3, St. Louis Guy. Well, Jorge fooled me. He's going to spin him one more time, but St. Louis Guy is a chestnut gelding, 7 years old, by Cantharos, out of the mare Red Hot Jewel by Essence of Dubai, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:34.3. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno and jockey Jorge Carreño. This is win number 2 for each of them on this evening's card. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand our Chief Executive Officer, Darren Dunn, to make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. They're all set, they're at the post, and they're off in the RJ Spears. To the front ends, quickly, St. Louis Guy goes and tries to take the early lead. Tap Master putting on the pressure early, sitting 3 wide on the outside. That's going to be Real Grace. Quincy Express hugging the rail in 4th. 5th is in the deep. Another length back is Plentiful. Then it's Percibility. On the inside, Carlos 6s. And the trailer, Candy Giant. Tap Master cuts the opening quarter in a quick 24-3. Back to second, St. Louis Guy rallying as a pair. That's going to be Quincy Express and Real Grace in the deep. Back in 5th, but also closing up ground. Then it's Plentiful. Back to the Percibility. And your two trailers are going to be Candy Giant and Carlos Sixes. St. Louis Guy now takes over as the leader as Tapmaster fades to second. Real Grace on the outside trying to reel him in, and Plentiful has a full head of steam on the far outside. St. Louis Guy with the lead. Real Grace in between. Here comes Plentiful. On the far outside, they hit the 16th pole. St. Louis Guy responds and digs in. St. Louis Guy is going to take the 62nd running of the RJ Spears. Second's going to go to Plentiful. Third's going to go to Real Grace. And it looked like fourth was Tapmaster.